Welcome in, YouTube, to part 1 of Shadowbringers MSQ. I am excited to be here with Morrighan. It has been over a year, almost a year and a half in the making for this particular character. I am current in MSQ on my other character. But, part 1 of Shadowbringers. Story-wise, I think it is one of the best expansions in 14. So, I'm excited that we're here, that we get to all enjoy it together. Not necessarily first time, but... don't forget, you can watch me live on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Right now it's 9:36. This is a little later than when I normally start my streams. But, you know, it happens sometimes. Let's hop on over to gameplay. I am not where I should be to start the MSQ, so I am a little bit of a liar. We're just going to tend to my plants really quickly, because I don't have fertilizer to fertilize them anyway. For those of you who have been around for a little while, you would probably notice that Morrighan is not in her Christmas and Starlight attire. And I'm going to be honest, that's because I feel like Shadowbringers deserves a little more seriousness than a holiday dress. We got 2 more to water really quickly, and then MSQ will begin. Scroll down just a smidge. Gotta make sure our Thavnarian onions don't die. Alright. We will see if I will follow you back. I appreciate you hanging out in the meantime. You know, Nikos, I didn't want to say anything, but it is true. If I pass you on my alt, your account just gets deleted. I'm like this with Yoshi P. And yeah, if he told me if I pass any of the people on my alternate account, just let him know their accounts, then just gone. They're just gone. Now we have to go back to Mordona. There we go. I have a bet with one of our other free company members, Nikos. And the thing is, it's more a bet that I made with myself after a conversation with them. They don't think I can get current before they do, and I don't really think I can either. But I think I can at least beat an Endwalker before the month's over. Good news, Morrighan! We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Sounds like tedious work, but not as tedious as waiting around, I suppose. Exactly. So I was thinking we should go and lend a hand. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. I was gonna say, he may be skipping the story, Nikos, but he is at least watching the story, sort of. And this is entirely not true, but I'm going to pretend and give Duck... I'm gonna lie for Duck here. The views on all of my previous story videos on YouTube have increased by 1. So, I know Duck is spending like the 400 or 500 hours of streaming that I've done of this game to watch the story. Heading to the survey site, madam. It is on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boats. Take the boat to the survey site? Yes. I do appreciate that, Duck. I think that's why he picked Black Mage, because when we were talking about it when he was thinking about getting the game.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
The Crap Guide series by Jocat? Phenomenal.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Oh, we found the thing.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
But this was calling to me.
What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Okay. I will do my best, Tataru. I feel like there's going to be more voice acting. I should probably get rid of my camera again.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
Why do we have to relive that scene?
There's no freedom in that!
This is one battle you cannot fight.
Away with you!
Your spirited accounts always comes in welcome.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
The Oracle of Light. My thumb went through my ear.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
This area is so damn beautiful.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Buddy, the sun is out. What do you mean, this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Whoa, 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 but I want a drink.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Was it really that recent for you, Nikos? Only 3 months ago? I feel like it was a lot longer.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
Also, Duck, this is why you have to run the...
It will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. This expansion, Duck, is why you have to run the Crystal Tower Alliance Raid series. It used to just be optional content, but when they were releasing this one, they made it required content, and in the context of the story, it makes perfect sense. That is the wrong mouse to be clicking on to bring my webcam back. Also, Nikos, I'm not too worried. I know you'll come back. Eventually. Probably in January. You know, when the final story patch of Endwalker drops, so you can just blow through all of Endwalker in one go. And not have to wait for months for the next little bit of story. For Ifrit Extreme, good luck. Good luck, buddy. Getting into Extremes and Savages is where you start to get into the, potentially toxic part of the community. Oh, not for Ifrit Extreme. Oh, for Striking Tree Hard.
Halt!
It's another Vieira, finally.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Seems fair.
From where do you hail?
The source?
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Whoa. I thought she drew her weapons on me, like I had forgot about that.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Oh, we get a flashback. I remember. That's the ring that the guy was wearing. Damn. This place is very... I don't know what I was gonna say. Wild is not the right word.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
You're the one who called
Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
I also forgot to get rid of my webcam.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Okay, buddy. I'm going to assume there's no more voice acting.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
I would assume wrong.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you have caused, sir?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand, but all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
Damn.
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin-eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Are you the best level 52 Black Mage, Duck? Because I would say one of our buddies would probably argue that. But we could have a Black Mage off.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Norvrant, the Crystarium. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Alright, is the white oak weapon going to be better than what I currently have? Let's find out. More Vieras! Family! Oh. No, it's the exact item I already have. Well, that's a bummer. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. Okay. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetherite, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetherite and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morrighan. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down till you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetherite Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Much like your arm. Huh, very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then... Alright, well, let's go attune to this little Aetherite over here first. Alright. What is this person's name? Boodles Butterkicks. Nope. The Aetherite. There we go. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable and should allow teleportation to Aetherites in the source. You know what, we're gonna go this way first. Because why not? I do love the Crystarium's music. And honestly, it actually has a pretty nice looking area. It's not as brown as Ul'dah. Of the three starting cities, Ul'dah is by far my least favorite. Alright, now we gotta climb up the Tower of Books. Oh, did you just kick Hoary Boulder's ass? Don't worry, he becomes a good friend throughout the game, because we just talked to him last part. But that was all off stream, so you wouldn't know that. It'll be on YouTube in, like, on Tuesday. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled-on parchment? Holy shit, good job. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Also, I realized chat, like, isn't on screen, so that was in response to someone saying they one-shot a healer and someone else. That's what the holy shit was. Librarian Morrighan at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you've an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Aerolith is the one who can't read and would probably want the children's book. Morrighan can perfectly read. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair, make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson, then. A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains, known as the Warriors of Light, slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pulled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. I have learned about the Flood of Light. Hell yeah. Alright. But also, Duck, I wouldn't feel too bad for Hori. Because I feel, if I remember right, doesn't the healer, like, as he's coming up to challenge you, isn't she like, bro, or sorry, it was a he. Isn't he like, bruh, it's the Warrior of Light. Like, you're gonna get your ass kicked. You're dumb for doing this, but fine, if you really want to, go for it. And then Hori's just like, nah, it's fine. We can do this. It's for the kids. But Hori isn't part of Extra Life. Alright, Braggy. Braggy? Braggy? I thought he did. I kind of remembered that part. Let's attune to this before we talk to Braggy. Bummer. Is your, did you set it to skip cutscenes? New to the city, friend! The spinning head and wide eyes gives you away. Welcome, my name is Braggy, and I am the master of these markets. They gave the district another, official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for V's such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. I'm actually a Viera? Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume, which is a Hyr in the source. And the taller one is an elf, which is an Elizin in the source. That sturdy individual over there is a Galdgent, which is a Rogadin, whilst the one with the horns is a Drawn, which is an Ara. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. I just spit so much. I don't know if the camera caught that, but there is a glob on my... which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. It really is working against me. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they've floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. The peoples of the first. I didn't point them out earlier, but I'm sure you'll spot a Mistel or another Ronso like me sooner rather than later. Even V's like yourself aren't that unusual in this city. Aye, the Crystarium's long been a sanctuary for all manner of refugees, except maybe the dwarves. Those lot prefer to keep to themselves. To keep themselves to themselves, in my experience. Okay, buddy. You were just messaging me? Hold on. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss the message. Also, I'm gonna do a marker real quick, because I think I will probably... Oh, okay. I probably will edit out the flash of Discord and Spotify for when it goes to YouTube. You'll tell everyone it happened in the comments. You know what? Fair. I mean, I'm gonna leave this description part in there anyway, so like people will know that something got edited out, but do it. Help me with the algorithm by leaving a comment. Also, for YouTube, if you're watching right now, you know, don't forget to click that bell and get notifications when videos go live. Why did I go to the summoning bell? I meant to go to the Ethernet shard. I used to feel weird, like when I was first starting to do like intros and stuff for YouTube videos, being like, comment, and subscribe, and all of that good stuff. And then I realized, like, I don't really give a shit. It's kind of more fun if you do it in like a mocking way, like, yeah, totally click the bell. But also, like, it's part of trying to do content creation. You have to market yourself. And also learn how to actually market. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm never gonna remember this accent for her. It's gonna change like halfway through, probably. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll be handed to you on a plate like those Yulmorin layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor, you don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friends of his is a friend of ours. Look at how tall that tower is. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the oldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catless, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Life in the Crystarium. Odds are, if there is an invisible wall duck, it means if you jumped off of that, there is a chance you wouldn't actually land on anything down below, like you would fall in a pit or something that the game doesn't allow you to go into anyway. But also sometimes they just have weird random walls. Back to the Crystarium. Aetheryte. Crystal Exarch, I'll talk to you in a second. First, I'm going to go over here to this Ethernet shard and attune to it. You're a pro. Next time you want to jump off a cliff, though, that it'll let you jump off, just be sure you aggro something first. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the First in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing, and although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Interesting. I know I told you what happens if you aggro something, but still, sometimes you gotta experience it for yourself. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. The tower's gate lies open, then, or just like that. Then Grahatia is... I am not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? Well, yeah, Grahatia was locked up in the tower by the time we finished the Alliance raids. An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. Then what happened to Graha? Crystal Exarch? You hate resetting your level for the dailies? Yeah. But odds are that's gonna happen until you get in your level cap stuff anyway. Greetings, madam. The Exarch awaits you within. I feel like this one's gonna have voice acting, so let's get rid of the camera.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions.
Level 27, so are you running Tom Tara, or are you running Hawk Manor? I feel like that's probably Tom Tara.
To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told.
3 years.
While Thancred's count stands at 5.
5 years.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year.
Damn.
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
So they arrived naked.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Well, that'll be a post-game story arc. Then find a way to send them back, you jackass.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
Of course Urianger is the one that had a prophetic vision.
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass.
And he'll probably tell it to us in Shakespearean English, which I feel like has an official name, and I just don't remember what it was, but there'll be a lot of thous and doth and prithees, and I won't understand any of it.
In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
Okay.
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home.
Good.
What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
I was like, it's not giving me an option for the moment. But I'll see that you keep your promise for want of a better choice. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Is that not what we just did? I mean, you didn't come with me, but you made me go here, there, and everywhere. I'm actually not annoyed, but it's how every expansion starts. They have you wander around the starting city to get acquainted with it, and then they send you on a branching questline. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Alright, well, I'm just going to use the Ethernet shard to teleport over there. The Musica Universalis Markets. Universalis? Universalis? It's a word. It's a word.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Universalis. I'll forget how to say that the next time I need to say it without hearing it.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Good.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Ah, tombstones. Or iPhones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
Get it? Get it? A means to ferry things? And she's a fairy? Actually, I think she's technically a pixie.
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift?
Indeed.
Wonderfully exciting. What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did. You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yes?
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
To translate what she said, the first other language word she said, I'm assuming was pixie language, was beautiful branch. And then she said, and you are my more pixie, adorable sapling.
Raise your hand.
I don't think we're supposed to make pacts with Fae people, though.
Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to Tataru. It'll make her happy. Next time we can send a message to
Consider
Kyle.
it done.
How does she know what Tataru looks like? Or who Tataru is? We didn't give her a description. We didn't tell her
That was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
She probably can read my mind. Also, we've been in the cutscene, but I think we're coming out of it. Good job hitting level 53 on Black Mage. I did see it when it happened, or when you posted it originally. As a result of your pact with Feoul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the First. Also, I realized I've been telling you to do, like, your daily PvP if you want, like, a half level of XP. And I think I read that you can't do PvP on the free trial. So, I just am giving you horrible advice. That's fair, leveling does go insanely fast through A Realm Reborn, but I think that's because A Realm Reborn covers 50 levels worth, and then every expansion after that only covers 10 levels. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Morrighan. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. A pleasure to meet you, Mish, and welcome to your new home at the Pendant. Your room is ready, if you'd care to retire. Sure. I believe this is when we have our first interaction with our ghostly friend. It is a very pretty room. Those must have been the gates that he's been telling us to throw wide. The gates to our room. Sarcasm. You? Yes, our ghostly friend. Poster child, Final Fantasy XIV.
You're the warrior of light from the source.
The warrior of darkness.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
So
we
you say.
thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas, and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? A 100 years. 100 long years.
According to what I've been told, yes. He can't interact with anything.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
That would suck.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Well, the Crystal Exarch summoned me. Try and prevent another calamity, Ardbert.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it.
Yeah, but I don't have a choice now.
Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
And of course, Duck means he wants to kill stuff in-game, just to be clear. In case any people from Twitch happen to be watching. In-game. I mostly meant that as a joke. It's a joke a streamer makes every time, like, he's playing with friends or anything like that, and one of them says something along those lines. He's like, in-game? Twitch? In-game? And it cracks me up every time, so I was stealing that joke. The post-game for A Realm Reborn is a lot of those quests. A Realm Reborn as a whole is probably the weakest expansion. It was basically this game's second chance, and if it failed, this game failed kind of thing. So they were still figuring things out. After A Realm Reborn, it gets a lot better and a lot more consistent. You're already skipping story. So there's not that big of a thing. There's a lot of stuff that's set up in A Realm Reborn that pays off huge in Endwalker if you were watching the story. But because you're not It's not that big of a deal. The post games in general, though, are a lot of like exposition of like tying up the loose ends from that expansion while setting up the next expansion. So there are a lot of when you're skipping the story, it feels like it's a lot of go here, go there, go here, go there. And there's nothing wrong. Like, play the game how you want to play the game. Like, I'm not gonna fault you for that. And you can also, like, I mean, there's my videos if you really feel like going back and seeing story, or you can just fucking Google, like, summaries of each expansion. That's what, one of the people that I got to play this game, he skipped everything, but he would, like, going into the expansion and leaving the expansion, he would look up a summary and be like, okay, that's what happens in this expansion, kind of thing.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
I will let you know if I have another visitation.
Let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Okay.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Kholusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Amh Araeng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the Flood of Light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Kholusia or Amh Araeng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
We're gonna go to Kholusia.
Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters.
Honestly,
Being
I had
on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
I hadn't even realized that he had not talked about Thancred. Okay. Well, we're going to pick up both quest lines, but we're going to do the Alphino one first. So we'll go to Kholusia first. Because I feel like that is the way that makes most sense in terms of story. You will visit Alphino in Kholusia then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction. Present it to Zem Jinmai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alfino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Ready to depart for Amh Araeng. Alize will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner... I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassad, the master of a merchant caravan. Damn it. I hate that my accept button sometimes presses twice. Walking around talking to people isn't that bad. It gives you something to do while you sit and use it. That's fair. That is fair. Thing. Teleport over. Nah, fuck it. We'll just run over here because we gotta tune to an aetherite over here anyway. Sights of the Coast. Nuts to you. Wait. There we go. Should be like up and around the corner. How far up am I going? Apparently pretty far. Oh. Okay, well, real quick. I'm gonna go here. Out. Oh ho, you're you're her, aren't you? Haldor's been asking after you. You know Haldor, aye? Glen Nutsy's man. If you're keen to hunt the deadliest marks for the biggest bounties, then you might want to seek him out. You'll find him by the board over in the Rookery. Though, if I were you, I'd steer clear of that whole nasty business. Bad for one's health, it is. Sure. I'm unlocking the hunts, basically, real quick. What's it called? That's not where to go. Over here to Halidor. Or Haldor. Would it be the esteemed warrior herself? Well met, miss. Well met. You're a very hard woman to track down. By all accounts, yet here you are, in the flesh. How very blessed I am to make your acquaintance. I am Haldor of Clan Nutsy. Perhaps you have heard of us. We have certainly heard of you, I can tell you that. A fighter, through and through. I'll come right to it. Interested in joining the clan? Apologies. Only a fool would sign up without knowing what we're about. And you're no fool. I can see that. The clan is a, how shall I put it? An association of adventurous souls who make a living hunting certain notable feats. Marks, as we are wont to call them. Surely you're familiar with the concept. Norvrant is home to myriad living creatures, many of which pose a threat to her good people. Thus did the Exarch, at least I think it was him, in his boundless wisdom, call upon the Settlement Council to develop a framework that would encourage motivated hunters to dispatch these menaces. To wit, ye brave souls who slay marks shall receive due compensation. Not at all a bad arrangement, eh? If you've a mind to reap the benefits, speak with Xyle over there. She'll record your name in the ledger and see you registered as a clan member. May I help you, miss? At the urging of Haldor, was it? I see. You are plainly more than capable of acquitting yourself well enough in battle, and so I have no grounds to refuse you. I hereby accept your application to join Clan Nutsy. Check the board for the latest bills. The tougher the mark, the better the reward. Hunt what you like or nothing at all. However, you may only undertake hunts designated appropriate for a member of your current status, a novice. The clan is disinclined to allow unproven hunters to commit suicide by mark. Once you have achieved a sufficient measure of success, you will be permitted to pursue more dangerous feats. Do try not to die before them. Yes, this is specifically how you get the nuts. So nuts will come from Shadowbringers and Endwalker hunts. The oh, that quest is up there, isn't it? Yep. The Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and Stormblood hunts give you Centurio seals and Allied seals. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amh Araeng for passage to Kholusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. Not a chocobo, then? A chocobo? Do you hail from one of Norvrant's more isolated settlements? Perchance, I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like that grey fellow there are far more commonly used. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding an Amh Araeng, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring your arrival safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amh Araeng launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Okay. We're gonna go to the Crystalline Mean first. I'm gonna pick up the sightseeing log expansion. Because it's as simple as just talking to this guy. Hold a moment, sinner. You're not from around here, are you? A fellow wandering soul? An eternal inhabitant of the road? I thought so. Erlath's the name. My aspiration is to travel the whole wide world. Though it's a fair bit smaller than it used to be, so as far as dreams go, it's a lot more realistic than you might think. But danger still lurks in every corner and around every bend. Even so, this sinner's got nerves of steel. He's a born explorer, Erlath. There's no land too distant or place too forbidden, aye. But what is that I spy poking out of your pack? A log, if I'm not mistaken. Give it over, if you would. Aha, I thought so. A record of fantastic vistas and unforgettable sights. Your kindred spirits, a marrow of a feather. Excellent, excellent. 'Tis only right that I share with you such wondrous experiences as you have with me. A collection of amazing vistas I catalogued myself that I guarantee will rival the best you have ever seen. Norvrant may be a shadow of its former glory, but there is still joy and excitement to be found if you know where to look, my friend. So I implore you, look, look, look! Follow in my footsteps, savor every moment of the journey, and then, when you feel you have discovered every secret this realm has to offer, start again. I promise you won't be disappointed. Norvrant sightseeing log expanded. Alright. Back to the crystal so we can then go to the Amh Araeng launch. We are wanting to speak with the aspiring Amh Araeng team. But we're going to talk to the aged one first. Just to unlock that Amh Araeng place. You want to fly an Amh Araeng to Kholusia. I suppose if Master Jinmai is going with ya. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. and then we have to use our ether compass once we arrive here.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Morrighan, Kholusia. Alright, before we start the search for Alphino in, like, earnest, we're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna run ads. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and maybe get me some more water. So we will be right. But let's get back to it. Also, welcome in, Sogo. I saw that you were here. You're probably lurking. I appreciate it. We are arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach, on the eastern coast of Kholusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection. We bend the knee, but to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mild. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I am glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that would make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Listen closely, and then he stops talking. What kind of shit is that? If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kholusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme that will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Okay. Is it another queue for Ifrit, or is this a story queue? All right, I'll fight you real quick, Ifrit. Yeah, sorry that the extreme queues are so rough. You queued for both him and Titan? Did you ever do the quest duck to unlock your Chocobo as a ally? Yeah, and so basically what you're waiting on is you're waiting on X amount of mentors, which are people who have the crowns above their names. You're waiting on them to queue up for Mentor Roulette. And then you're waiting on 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 3 DPS to queue for it, like that. What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got a Neil in a barrel somewhere if you have a taste for them. Oh, I do love a bit of time. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, eh? Aye, I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Gilmore's richer than all of Norvrant put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. Aye, I can hazard a guess as to where he is now, get a message to him. But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Steeltide. That's the fishing village just up the path there. You're looking for a rundown. Excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Oh no, that is not what I'm saying at all. You can't actually take your chocobo into content like that. But I was going to tell you, on the overworld, the chocobo is super helpful. And if you go into your menu, your menu looks different because I'm playing on control. Yours is like down here probably somewhere. But the first one, character, and then you pull up companion. I can't pull it up that way because I can't flick. I have to. Give me a second to fight this thing. Your chocobo will gain experience as you fight with them. They max out at rank 10, even though mine says rank 11. To get them higher than rank 10, you have to feed them an item called a Thabnarian Onion, which you can get 2 of them from completing quests in Heaven's Ward. The rest of them you either have to grow or buy off the market board. But the whole reason I'm saying this is if your chocobo has ranked up at all, which early on should be fairly quickly, you can go over here to skills and you can spend your skill points to start unlocking abilities. It takes all skill points up to rank 10 to unlock a full set of abilities. And then from ranks 11 through 20, you'll be able to unlock the rest of the abilities. With you being a DPS, even though you're already kicking everything's ass, it couldn't hurt to set your chocobo up as either a healer or a defender. It's your first time in a tavern. It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? I will order some ale. A fine choice. And what'll you be paying with? Well, now those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. And I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grew our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me and you can laze about here as long as you like. Okay. Oh, that's fair. Bridget probably did a good job of explaining it. I just remember like I had mentioned that questline to you, and then completely forgot. Oh shit, my ether compass. 358 yalms to the south, so I haven't missed too much of it. And then I wanted to make sure you knew where to go to like actually level up your stats. Or learn your abilities. The other cool thing is once you rank up, or once you get a full branch done, like you get all of the healer abilities, or all of the tank abilities, or all of the DPS abilities, you automatically unlock barding for your chocobo. Like the healer, maxing the healer thing will give you White Mage barding for your Chocobo. Maxing the DPS gets you like a Dragoon barding. And doing the tank gets you, I think, Paladin barding. So you're looking for the item called Gissel Greens, and they're not too expensive. Like, I think a full stack of 99 is like right around 3,600 gil. I want to say you can get them in most major starting cities. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. No response. Perhaps the occupant... I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, the occupant is dead. But I'm going to Google it real quick for you, because I don't know for sure. It's 14. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Okay, so Duck, which starting city do you prefer to go to? Nope, we're gonna run past that. Ul'dah? Alright. You are... So in Ul'dah, then, you will be looking for a guy named or a character, I don't know if they're a guy or a girl, named Roarich. They are found on the steppes of Nald, which I'm assuming is going to be the area with the markets. They are at X 10.5, Y 9.5. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? I'm just gonna put it in chat for you. Gone? Humph. Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Yulmore, you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. Well, that's mighty kind of you, lady. There's the information, if you hadn't found him. Or if it makes it easier for you.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
I mean, I feel like my accent wasn't that far off. As if we didn't know this was already alpha. Like,
'tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Well, quite a bit. Xenos is still alive, possessed by an Ascian.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
Yeah, the Black Rose.
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped, but so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion.
Okay.
I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Ah. That's unfortunate. But you're making pretty quick work of the MSQ if you're already at Snowcloak. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. Perhaps in a moment, Alfino. First, however, I am going to head to the south, because there is a ether thing that I forgot to nab while I was down here. Okay, it should be... Oh, it's right there. I literally looked at it for a second and my brain still was like, huh? Look forward to this. This is what you have to do every expansion after a Realm Reborn to unlock flying. Luckily for all previous expansions, you only have to find like 4 in the wild. It's current expansions where you have to go and find like 15. There he is. Kholusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. Oh, to think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Over there! Quickly! Someone's in trouble! Alright. I was really hoping that I would avoid the aggro of that thing. Oh, thank the fates! Look out! Forgiven cowardice. Where's my chocobo? When did it go away? My poor heart. Thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? She hopped up pretty easily. Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. Oh, I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin-Eater's task any easier. Thank ye again, you saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin-Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? A brief history then. 'Twas not long after the flood swallowed the better part of the world that the Sin-Eaters first appeared, some beastly, some beauteous. Yet regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech, and all are driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal ether. They are predators, and we are their prey. Kholusia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of the Sin-Eater's victims grows longer by the day. A tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Welcome back, Duck. Glad you could return. Nice! That's actually what, not leftover, but Bridget and I are thinking we're probably going to pick up pizza for dinner tonight. We started doing this thing where on, like, Fridays we, get some, like, snack and junk food, and then, like, basically set up a blanket on the floor for the kids, and we all watch something together to try and get them to fall asleep. It's kind of like a little family thing to do on Friday nights. And then after they fall asleep, we usually hop on here. That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper. I say it's something we do, but we just started it last Friday.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Are you propositioning me?
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
I love these two characters.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Fish, is it? Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Oh, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you!
Ah, at last!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Over here!
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
That's fair. So what you could do, Duck, it's what I do, when I'm streaming anyway. I give the queue 5 minutes, and if it doesn't pop, I then run it with an AI. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now. I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. Okay. Well, let's go this way first. There we go. The begrimed bloke. Still here, are ya? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. Well, buddy, there's a reason. And it ain't a good one. Let's ride our bike, our motorcycle. Bubbling cook pot. Large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Ooh! We'll talk to the preoccupied petticoat in a moment. First, look out! Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Well, I mean, all you can see right now is Chocobo. Every day I dream of the life that awaits me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? You've seen what Gatetown has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal, and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. You disapprove of these people's way of life? Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. That is only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and unattended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interest of Kholusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hardworking villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Morrighan. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. Interesting. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular. When I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor. Would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmorean lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my day of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then. We must pay a visit to Masha Moa, my supplier in Rite. Come, it is just to the northwest of here. Done. Done. Duh! Someone's gonna steal our shit. Or they're gonna try and jump us. But I am going to take another quick break real quick. My lunch, which is Hot Pockets, was done. Should probably check to see if there's a ether thing here. 621 yalms to the north. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's up on the upper area. A chicken bacon ranch hot. And it's good. Alright, let's tune to the Aetheryte real quick. It is. It's one of like the Hot Pocket bowls or whatever. It's like the extra thick big boy Hot Pockets. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshe Moa. This is my associate, Morrighan. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad, short blue hair? No? He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. Okay. Hello. We leveled up. We're gonna have to fight everything here, aren't we? Well, not necessarily everything. 380 yalms to the west. There we go. Search the surroundings for a male mistle with short blue hair. Okay. He honestly wasn't that hard to find. He was directly in front of me. Morrighan! Any sign of him? There. You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Alright. Let's see how many of these birds we can avoid. There he is. You. Thief!
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
It is what Alfino would do.
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shia, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That's not who you are. No, that's not who you are. Yes, you can get Finra as a mount. He is the 1 million MGP mount from Gold Saucer.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfido, ever the slave to sentiment.
There's a maximum amount of gil you can get on the free trial?
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to right then?
They really want to, like, pressure you into buy the fucking game. 300K?
Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
That is a nice chunk of time. And if you are able to afford it, which I know not everybody can, I would suggest buying like 6 months of playtime at a time, just because of how much cheaper you get it. But again, I know that's kind of like trying to pay for car insurance half a year at a time. It is cheaper, but you have to have the money up front each time it comes through, so... And I feel like with the, when you purchase the game, I do think it gives you like 2 weeks of playtime free. That's fair. Although I guess also, like, if you don't know if you're going to be playing it in 6 months, doing it a month at a time might be better. Or I think they might have a 3-month option too. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy. Mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. But you're about to be in the sunlight, so, you're gonna get warm. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Crystal, I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out into the street. I I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vathri's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the God's damned ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vathri passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what awaits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Trystal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Way into the city? Let me snag this ether current. And now we'll teleport back to right. Since that's where we're going. Save a little bit on travel time. At the expense of Gil, but, you know, worth it. Oh shit, hold on. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I can't. I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Okay, so before we pick up this next quest... Didn't take that long, it was only like 6 minutes. Okay. There we go. Now we are back. They say kindness is its own reward, but Trystal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. And it looks like I've got some blue quests to probably unlock ether, what are they called? Ether currents? But I think I'm just going to do those off stream, at least today, because I want to try and get through both of the branching quest lines today. which might mean this will be a slightly longer than normal stream. Okay. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter with aplomb. So come along and don't be slow, it's time to let your colors show. I can paint, portraits at least. Landscapes and still lives are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Aha, flecks of paint both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant, she whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite then, we shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Yulmore's sweet embrace. Oh mercy me, the meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. So on Steam, do you have the demo or do you have the full game? And are you trying to buy the full game on Steam? Or are you... Did you get the demo through Steam or through Windows?
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
Okay, well, it's good that you got them both through the same thing, because I know going from, like, Windows to Steam can be a problem.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
You might have to register the full game on your MOG station. Maybe. Welcome, welcome to the City of Final Pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear? moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice, loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to those folk off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means take your time, but why waste another moment? Go! Enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. Maybe use code instead? The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. And then I think in Steam... Let me pull up Steam on my other computer so I don't accidentally show everything on stream. Of course Steam has to update. Like, please don't fuck things up for me on my stream though. Because I know there's a way to go into your games on Steam, like in your library, and like pull up the registration code. Of course my Steam is taking forever to update though. Trying to multitask here. Welcome to Yulmore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alphino, an artist, and this is Morrighan, my assistant. Ah yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vothry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free or accept work as a general laborer. I see, and you might tell us something of the patron we are to serve. The two patrons, actually, Chai News and Dulia Chai, a mistal couple who most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment please while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Okay, so Duck, what I was thinking is you might have to do it by code, and then in Steam, if you didn't know how to find them, you would click on Final Fantasy XIV in your library, then click on the settings, and scroll down to manage and do CD keys. And that might be how to register it by code since you already bought the game. Maybe. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. What have we here? Alphino, artist. Morrighan, artist's assistant. to be employed in the service of Lord Chai News and Lady Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before... Oh dear. You smell hideous. Alright. It's pretty rude, don't you fucking think? Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornine, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. Awesome, Duck. I appreciate it. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Ah. I had a feeling that's what the issue was. I can use any of the showers. That made me... I thought we turned around and saw a naked person, even though I knew this game did not have naked people in it. We'll use this delouser. I had a feeling that's what the issue was, Duck. Because I believe you have to do that every time you, like, buy the next expansion of the game. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. Because I vaguely remember having to do that when I bought the expansion. Oh, and now I need to apply the perfume. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? Is it not... That is to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Hurry up and shower, Stinky. What would a Stinian say? Alize would have been drying her hair by now, buddy. Wouldn't she just... Very well, I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness. Then, courage, Alfino! Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then? This way... You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other, much like a cake. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters, and above that, you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Alright. Fortunately, we can't sprint because it's on cooldown. Did I miss the... No, it's right here. I'm fairly certain the game is going to have us come this way anyway, but I'm just going to try... Or I'm just going to get the... Yeah, I knew we'd fuck that jump up. I never get it first try. We're going to get this Aetheryte now. To make life easier. I don't remember if I was telling you, Duck, or if I was telling someone else. One of the other people that I've gotten to play this game. There are some instances in later expansions where when you first get to an area, you can't attune to the main Aetheryte because of story-related reasons. This is one of those times. I think this is the first time, actually, it happens. Where it's like, oh, there's the Aetheryte, let me attune to it. And the game is like, no, fuck you. According to the message engraved in the base, special permission is required to use this Aetheryte. I mean, no one's gonna notice if I just leave my hand on the Aetheryte for a little while.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
Yeah, you do, unfortunately. So we'll see you in 3 days when your internet finishes downloading it.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Calm yourself, boy. Don't do it. Don't say anything.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Do keep in mind,
Your
I don't know.
assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
That's fair. At least with my computers and my wife's computer, I think the computer had to stay open, like it couldn't lock to download. I don't know if yours is that way. I don't know if it's just some weird thing on our end, but just as a heads up, we always have to set our computers to never go to sleep.
Name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to her heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
I don't like playing the role of Alphino's subordinate. Now you've, good lord. Now you've the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, perhaps. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Alright, amiable maiden. What do you got for me? Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, did you happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings? Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I dropped my handkerchief. And now I've been waiting here all while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Okay. If I remember right, he's like fallen over the edge. Yeah, right here. Bridget, you shouldn't have called it out. You should have just gone for it. Oh, wicked white, that was too close. Also, I'm pretty sure Duck was first anyway, so... Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You risked your life for a scrap of cloth? It's not just a scrap of cloth. Not if it belongs to her. I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has ever been so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Kholusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting on my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? I skipped his next one because the button clicks twice, apparently. Bridget, for pizza tonight, I was thinking of just getting our regular pizza we usually do. Unless you have something else you would rather do. My attendant told me everything. I am so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly, then? As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlooks. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the Beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista Bai usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Okay. To the closest thing this game has to a strip club / brothel. The Beehive. Welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day? I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see. Always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease? To set you at your ease. A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor. Within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then? Let's play. Good for you. No time like the present, I say. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Ooh. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I'm gonna go lower. You're going with low, Lynn. Right, let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 19, and you have... Hell yeah! A total of 15. I win. Hell yeah, I do. Congratulations! Your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point. But what do you say to a rematch? One more win, then we'll talk about that favor. Let's play another one. Three cards for you, 3 for me. You flip over 2, I flip over 1. Ooh. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I think very easily mine is going to be higher, unless I have 2 1s. Ha! My cards add up to 6, and you have... I already have 17. 24. You win. Well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations! Victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come, whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell Otista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wonderful thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. Where's my water bottle? There it is. They say Lord Vothri was born with the power to command them, which means no Yule Morin need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Arthon over there. He's not that merry sot that likes... There's not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Okay. What's that? New to Yulmore, you say? Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting. You need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I'll tell you what, you hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Alright, fine. Slide that short out. Can I do the bee's knees? Or does it have to specifically be just slash dance? That's the way! Dance like there's no tomorrow! I can't whistle, so whistle! Now that was a show! You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So what was it that you wanted to ask me? Ah yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Yulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as a house cat. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmor, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Ah, a toast to Lord Vothri! The Chais and Alfino will be expecting my return. Was I not supposed to, go lower in the city? Apparently not. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city. So soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alfino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I am told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. Well, look at that, he's got a new outfit and everything. I've put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me! That last outfit was so precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting? Exactly! The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'd not... That is to say, as long as you... Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So shall we pick out some jewelry next? Fun fact about Dulia Chai. She is the body of a Lalafell, sized up. And then I think they took a Makot face and obviously made it larger. But that is how her character is created. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress while painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Alright. Fine. I'll go down below. But I won't be happy about it. I also realized my whole plan to go into the understory earlier and get the Ethernet does me no good, because I can't use the Aetheryte up there to teleport down. Well, the stuff from Duck's thing is back. Oh, I still need to go further. Wait, do I need to go further down? Okay, well, we landed here, so... / lookout here. There it is. You're one of the bonded, aren't you, like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then... I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorrich. Here's a list of symptoms, and I think a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Alright. So the stream just got a little more complicated to upload to YouTube. Because it's now in 2 parts on YouTube, I'm going to have to download both of them and then edit them together. It's not actually that big of a deal. It's easy enough. I should have interacted with the thing to teleport, but I did not. It's just more... It's extra steps I'm going to have to take to get this part on YouTube. But that is okay. Should have sprint back here in a second. Oh, I stopped it like half a second too early. You need medicines, tonics, potions. Huh, a cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, medicine will cure... No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Oh, your face, you didn't know. Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see 1 or 2 fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. A town of nightmares, it is. Not for this ship's rat, oh no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. The consultation is over. You have my verdict and I have my meal. Good day. Back to the Weeping Warbler. First, we're going to run over and attune to the Aetheryte over here, though. And then we will come back. The attunement thing is over here. Why did I run past it? Why was I not paying attention? Alright, this time we will use this to go back to the main stage. Did you get my medicine? Yeah, Bridget, my stream went down for a second. So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Oh, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said. So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. And I shall have a word with Lord Vothri and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothri that we learned this truth. It's through Lord Vothri's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothri truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. What could this ascension be? Now we must report to Alfino again. Oh damn, that was a lot faster this time. 'Tis good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the Chais appear otherwise preoccupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? Bruh, there's a thing called Ascension. Nice. So Lord Vothri boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters. Does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where did they go? Indeed, buddy. Emergent Splendor. Well, I wonder if it also was able to take some of the files from the free trial. Kind of thing. Take my eyes off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alfino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility, and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal... Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please! A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze! There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent, how dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing. That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vothri resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. So to Party Find, you open up Party Finder, which is under the Party menu. Then there will be a button in the bottom left, I believe. Actually, I'm just going to do it right here. Yeah, Recruit Members. You will click from the duty, you'll click Trials, and then you'll scroll until you find whatever one you're looking for, like Bowl of Embers Extreme or whatever. And then I would probably make sure in your comments that you mention you're a first-timer, whether or not you're running it blind or if you've looked up a video guide kind of thing. But especially mention first-timer, not just so people like cut you some slack, but a lot of people will run things with first-timers so that they can get like the second chance points for their wondrous tales and so they can get the extra poetics and things like that. Joining the crowd up there.
That's him. That's Vothri. He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vothri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yulm is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
What does it look like, Alphino? Cut off his own fucking hand.
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
'Tis true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
Let me punch him, Alphino. Let me do it.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Fucking go, Alphino.
Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me?
That was delayed.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Oh, and there's Emmett Selk. Sorry, I don't think we know he's Emmett Selk yet. There's the Emperor Ascian. Forgive me, in my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome here in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Kholusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your ideal work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Vaunthree wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I am certain we could find work for you there if you're willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head low, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino! Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I shall speak with Lord Vaunthree and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I am sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to its fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Awesome, Duck. It is older content, so it might still be a little difficult to get a full group, but you have a much higher chance of getting it to work with Party Friend. And that's cool that they're being helpful at least. Where are we going? Speak with Alphino on Cracked Shell Beach? Oh, it's like way over there. Okay. I was like, what? I mean, it's still helpful, because, like, I mean, you did say that it's, the intent is good. So it's not like I need to defend this person. But, I mean, the biggest thing it boils down to is kill the nails when they pop up and things like that. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. It's just everything hits harder in extreme, so mistakes are much more punishing. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, Our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothri and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. The healers blow up. Are they the ones that get chained together? Now let's go speak with Alphino and the Ocular. Huh. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the altar. Well, luckily, that's not something you really need to worry about, because you're not a healer. Ah, it is good to be back amongst friends in such company. I can finally turn my thoughts to the future. But ere we discuss all we have learned and begin planning our next step, I think it best that you visit Alize. Her familiarity with Amh Araeng will no doubt provide us valuable insight. And besides, I know she is eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, Morrighan. That's fair too. Definitely don't want to be standing too close to them if that will happen. Before we start the Alize side of the questline though, I am going to use the restroom. So I will be... That is... Where am I typing? I switched my desk to standing mode because my legs were getting a little restless. Annoyingly so. Alright. You're happy you did Alize first? So I feel like it makes more sense to do her stuff second, because I feel like her quest line gets closer to the flows more closely into the like first dungeon. Oh, they finally told you about the chain? Oh, that just made it way brighter. Nope, stop. You know what? Let's see something else real quick. He wanted me to throw wide the gates. Maybe I throw wide the window. Nah, fuck it, we'll go with that. I'll turn this lamp back on. I mean, the chains, basically, it's just you have to separate them. You've come looking for work. I might have spot for another guard. Oh ho, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Amh Araeng, are ya? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away. Assuming you have everything you need. I do. All set? Then off to the unforgiving sands we go. Oh no. Bridget!
Amh Araeng. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath Araeng once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Amh Araeng meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Where did you put my floor mat? For when I have my desk in standing mode. Oof. No matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is stayed. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord Souk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and for you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot. I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Okay, well, let me double check. Ow. Found it! It hit me in the head. That's actually why I said ow. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Alright. Well, let's hop back onto our chocobo. Alright, Bridget, have a good rest of the day. Let's do our ether compass. 202 yalms to the southwest. I feel like it's on the other side of the 82 yalms to the west. Oh, it's right there. I thought it might have been on the other side of the gorge. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amh Araeng, is it not? Damn it. Something about before you cross, I needed to do something here. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kholusia Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Amh Araeng. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvrant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Amh Araeng's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. Not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Morrighan. Let's press on, shall we? Okay. That's right, I can't fly. 808 yalms to the west. Well, let me tell ya, we ain't getting that until we come back here later in the story. Here we are, Morrighan. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Morrighan, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manners of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gingin. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived, since I skipped over a middle thing. I don't know what it was, but let's interact with this Amaro Keep. And now let's go attune. Okay, now we have to find Gingin. There's Gingin. Damn. So this is a mole, which is a kobold.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsook.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Amh Araeng. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Amh Araeng by choice, but Mordsook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Oh yeah, this part.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
This was not what I was thinking it was. I know the part I'm thinking of is coming up.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and look!
You buy, you buy.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This... Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Yeah, this is it is what I thought it was, actually. Nice. Oh, hey, here's the delivery move. I can get my letter. Here are the 5 gold chocobo letter feathers. Take all. And fist bump. Let's zoom in real quick. We don't have anyone to fist bump with, but slash fist bump. Boom. That's hilarious. Okay, webcam needs to come back. Ron, what do you got for me? Welcome to Ron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse his wares. Alright. So we got worms, bread, meat, skewers, Ron. Silly customer, you cannot eat Ron, not even for Vobert gold piece. Let's look at the worms real quick. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up in a chilly desert night. Oh, you'll like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Which indeed. Fuck it, let's go with the worms. Too good to resist, eh? That's what I would have chosen. You have the gold. And done. 1 Vobertite honor buys you 15 jars. I wonder if it gives me a buff or a debuff. Will you eat every last mouthful? What an appetite! What a belly! A new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengin will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Oh, nice. I was watching from here, Morrighan. You honored our customer and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amh Araeng, we are here to provide. You have courage, my friend. Ron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. I guess, buddy. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for, you just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling. Then, see you in a bit. Okay. We need... Sounds good, Duck. Have a good one. We need a table cactus and an iron ore. Thon and Tall. Tauntaun and Tall. And then Amh Araeng antiques from Mill. To be collected from Mole Mill or something. Not Ron. Stuff's supposed to be collected from Mole. Not armaments. Crate of ore. That is something we needed. Custard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ores was it again? Iron. Iron ore, of course, that would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Tauntaun. What did Tauntaun have for us? Table cactus. And then Araeng antiques. You came in with Cassid? Yes, good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. And then the box of antiquities. Hey, no touching! That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassid sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no, no, no. The Amh Araeng relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Alright. I do feel like this questline is going much faster than the Alfino one did. Don't tell me you've been around the market already. Of course, buddy. I'm that good. Aye, that's the lot, alright. Good work. Quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been confusion over one of the orders that I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassid, feels like an age since I last saw ya. Oh, that was a girl, not... Okay. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alize has told me so much about you. You're Morrighan, aren't you? I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Morrigan's guide, Cassid? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it should be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amh Araeng, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. You got it, buddy. Alright, Tesleen. Alize has been desperate to see you, Morrighan, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. Oh, come on, controller. Come on. There we go. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Can we see the tip of the spire from here, actually? Oh, hey, we can. Let me Gissel green up real quick. Give me another half hour. All set? Or I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? You got it. I thought you might. Alize was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? What, how much I like to fight? She's not. Ignore the sand mole. Need to ignore that sand mole too. How did we end up targeting Tesleen? I don't know. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you. It seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Alright, Tesleen, alright. 589 yalms to the south. Not this time. What is going on? My controller disconnected. That is what was going on. And now we have to go back to Tesleen. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here, frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Split the difference and neither of them saw us. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Sure. Let's meet up with Alize. I'm actually feeling like this is going to have voice acting, so let's just go ahead and get rid of the webcam. Oh, I was wrong. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alize arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alize who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folks have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alize give you the full explanation. Okay. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Well, let's make sure we attune to the ether, right? Then we head out to the south. 221 yalms to the south is our next thing. Which I actually feel like is just on the other side of this slip. There it is, yeah. So we're going to do that first, and then we'll wait there. Just in case, for some reason, this takes us back. It'll save us from having to come back out this way. And then the next one is going to be, like, way to the west. Or not way to the west, actually, just 241 yalms. But we can't get it till later, because reasons. Alize is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. They lead off to the northwest. There's more footprints to the northwest. And where do these ones go? To the northwest. Hug the wall, hug the wall, hug the wall. Good, good. Curve around to the west. Then ignore him. Looks like we're gonna ignore that one. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. It's the wall. This is where Ardbert's companions in Menphilia sacrificed themselves. Sin Eater!
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
Don't get distracted now.
Ha!
Impressive!
Just a lesser Sin Eater. Nothing to write home about.
Oh, don't do that.
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Let's not be creepy about it.
How are you? We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them.
You and me both, kiddo.
But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
This is true. His vision's kind of important.
He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal.
She
But
gets
on this
it.
matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. A 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects.
Okay.
But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood.
God damn.
Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Let's bring back the webcam. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Alrighty. Guess we'll start over here and work our way around. Here we go. 1 down. 2 more to go. Okay, nothing at this one. Fantastic. Luckily, we'll hit our burst phase earlier with this one because we won't have to build the whole thing. Nope, it did manage to get its attack. But we also got to do our whole burst rotation, so that feels pretty good. And now we go back to the end to speak with Alize. I know this area is basically like the Source's equivalent of Thanalin, but at least the music's good. No, that's a lie. Not that the music is good. The music is also good in Thanalin, though. Like, I can't sit here and be like, this music's better than Thanalin. The Thanalin music's pretty good, too. Thanalin music reminds me of Nier. How did you fare? I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or a hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? Let's interact with that Amaro keep too. Alize tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alize has missed your company. Everything is always, if Morrighan were here, she would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Morrigan's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Ponil, Todden, and Halrig. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Thank you. Todden glances up at you blankly. but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Halric. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. It's because he's like right there on the verge. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take Morrighan to Maud Sook if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassidy's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Morrighan. There's something I want you to see, right after we stop at Ron's stall. Alright, we're just gonna teleport back to Maud Sook. What could she possibly be trying to show us? Alright, that's this way. Oh-ho! Back again, are ya? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh, yes! Nectarines! Peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. That looks like a giant nectarine that we can't see. He used both hands. Gods, I've never seen a merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best regulars for you. Come again, my friends. Right. That's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Okay. How is my Chocobo companion? How close are we to level? Not close at all. We're like maybe a fourth of the way through. Here are your precious worms that buy us a trip up the top of the tower. Glazed wrigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we? I feel like this is gonna happen really sad.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn.
Damn.
Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Fucking hell. That's why we're getting the nectarine.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, I do remember that, Alize.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
Uh-huh.
But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here.
And I'm sure you have.
And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Why didn't she just grab it here when she was here earlier? Did she forget? Or did she not realize how close Halric was to turning? I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Oriange's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards, and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Alright. Back to the inn at Journey's Head. I'm glad I remembered to attune this time. Last time when I was playing as Aerolith, I forgot to attune, so I had to run all the way back. Did I accidentally... I don't know why I'm waving my finger around either. But I am. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? I did, Tesleen, and I understand. Thank you. Alize explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat, and I'll make us a nice stew. Okay.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh?
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it.
Then why don't you tell us your version?
Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Uh-oh.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Well, let's go find him. Maybe we should have gave him that tangent. Morrighan, Alice, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone... We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the end. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric. Please be alright. I'll cover the north and west, then. You take everything from here to the south. Okay. Hop on our bike. Go behind the ancient lizard. Behind that ancient lizard. And ignore the scissor jaws. There's someone fishing over there. No sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Don't Turn around, Scissor Jaw. You keep looking that way. Suddenly find myself under attack. Forgiven Folly? That's my sister's name. Morrigan's sister, not my real sister. Well, you certainly all take bites. Not a lot of damage. Oh hey, nighttime has fallen. And by that I mean it just got slightly darker. Knew there would be one.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
There it is. Light.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones.
Oh wait, no, this isn't a light.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
It's just a bigger one.
There it is!
Yep.
Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
Go, Tesleen.
We have to run!
Oh boy.
Tesleen! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
And this is when 14 went from being a fantasy RPG game into a fucking horror game. The noises. Oh.
No, 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 no!
Forgive me, Alice.
Holy shit. Shadowbringers is when this game started to get really heavy. I'm sorry, Morrighan. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on not like this. I got you. It's just so unfair. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. And I mean, like, 14's dealt with, like, some heavier subject matter before in the game. But, like, honestly, from Shadowbringers until post-Endwalker, it's just hard. And it hurts. Imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us. So I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I can barely. I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Yep. And then Hallrick's just as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. I will say her name, Alice. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. So, sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Hallrick. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Hallrick back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Hallrick's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Hallrick. Keep Tesleen's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment. I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. Damn it! Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. The Red Sarai. Alright, so yeah, we'll teleport back to Mordsuk and then just run as fast as we can. There we go. We're gonna hit level 74 before we even get to the first dungeon. So about 1.5 levels worth of XP from what we've done. No, ignore me, Gigantinder. You too, Desert Armadillo. And you, Gigantinder. Oh, please go around it. Forgive me, Morrighan. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight in my own way, with steel. Misalize, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro. I need to return to the Crystarium, immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amh Araeng again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Indeed. Sprint up the steps. Thank you for seeking me out, Morrighan. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. And looking at Alphino, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from here. Alright, with that, I think that is a good stopping point for stream. So, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below, YouTube. Let me know what you're thinking of these videos. As for you, Twitch chat, thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good day. And I hope you have a good weekend coming up. Don't forget to take care of yourselves, you know, drink some water, all that good stuff. And I will see you all again on Monday, where I'm torn between continuing this, which will be a little farther, probably not actually, between continuing this or playing Phasmophobia because they have a new Christmas update coming. But we'll see what happens on Monday. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you all next time.